Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on this Easter Monday morning, bright and sunny here in Antigua for round 4 clash of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship between home side Leeward Islands and Guyana. We should be in for a good contest today. I can tell you that Leeward Islands won the toss and have decided to bat, and it should be a pretty interesting game. Leeward Islands, the only team in the competition so far yet to register a win. However, they played pretty well, improving all the time in their third round match. They went down to Jamaica by 35 runs. Captain Jaquan Artenez coming good with the bat, scored 97 in that run chase of 240. They fell a little short, but a big improvement as they're only able to score around 100 in the opening 2 matches that Leeward's played. Guyana, on the other hand, had a big win over Leeward Islands at the Antigua Recreation Ground in round 3 on Saturday. And it's going to be Rafael McKenzie to start proceedings. He's bowling to Killen Woods, right outside the off stump, and let go by the batsman through to the keeper. So Guyana showed some good form after losing to Jamaica in the previous round. Hit back hard against Windward Islands, who let themselves down in the field, dropped about 6 catches. But nevertheless, it was Rayaz Latif. This ball is defended into the offside and no run. Rayaz Latif, the wrist spinner for Guyana, doing the damage. He made 48 with the bat and took figures of 6 for 34 off his 10 overs, including a hat-trick, which was great to see by the young man. So Leewards will need to be on their toes this morning as they look to post a competitive score, and that's cut away in the air but evades the backward point fielder, and they'll take 2. So Killen Woods is off the mark. First runs on the board for Leeward Islands, 2 without loss in the first over. Lovely morning here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, just a scattering of cloud cover. Good conditions for cricket. Right arm fast bowler on McKenzie, bowling to 2 slips. Third man backward point as he is into Woods and beats him outside the off stump. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket. Backward square leg and fine leg for McKenzie. Ball with some good pace in his last match at the recreation ground. Comes in again to Woods, who's stroking that firmly up to mid-off for a single. So Woods moves on to 3. The score is 3 without loss. The first over here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's been an excellent competition so far for the under-15s. Great work by Cricket West Indies to the under-15s, under-17s tournaments back up and running. That's short down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. And in umpires today are Orain Banks and Tremaine Prescott. Match referee is Fitzroy Quinlan. Clavante Powell is on strike to Mackenzie. Flashes at that wide outside the off stump, but gets away with it to complete the first over. So at the end of the first over, Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and electing to bat, are 4 without loss. Killen Woods is on 3 and Clavante Powell yet to score. And of course, Powell made a very good looking 60 odd against Barbados in the second round of this CWI West Indies Under 15 Championship. They just haven't been able to put things together with the bats. So I say a very good morning to Billy Joe on the microphone at last.
Good morning, Terry. It's lovely Easter Monday here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. How did you spend your Easter weekend?
Working, like I'm always doing.
Oh, well, there was some work on Saturday, but we work on Sunday as well.
Yes, have to keep up to date. First ball from Usain Fredericks coming in from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's turned to backward square leg by Killen Woods, no run. Antigua and Barbuda, congratulations to them. They won the LICB Under-19s Championship yesterday in St. Kitts by defeating St. Kitts by some 33 runs. Stroke that delivery back to the bowler who half stops it.
Oh, great to have that Under-19 tournament back.
Most definitely.
You're saying was away for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we need the tournaments back here in the sub-region of the Leewards. Fredericks in again. That's turned backward of square, beats the fielder. It's out towards the boundary. Picked up now and they take 2. So 2 more to Woods. He moves on to 5. And the score is 6 without loss in over number 2. And Tyra Fenton, one of our young sprinters, won the 400 meters gold at Carifta. So that's excellent news.
Certainly excellent news for us in the region here.
It's well bowled by Fredericks, right up in the block hole, but Woods defends.
See, we've moved across to a different pitch here as well at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So the pitch to the right of that, from our end here, would have been used before, would have been a featherbed to bat on.
Fredericks in again to Woods. Looks to pull that through the mid-wicket area, takes the pad, and they go through for a leg by. So 7 without loss in over number 2. Yes, a fresh pitch today, but I expect it to play pretty similar. In good cricket wickets. I was very impressed with Antigua Recreation Ground. It was great getting cricket back there, but the outfield and the pitch were in excellent condition. The ball down the leg side by Fredericks, called wide. Go through for a single also.
Well, you must have read my mind, because I was going to ask you about the Antigua Recreation Ground back in use for this tournament after quite a long time.
Yes, it's been about 15, 16 years since we've had cricket at the iconic recreation ground. filled with history. And so many tourists, Billy Joe, want to know where it is and we go and have a look at it, and it's important that we try and keep the facility not only going, but restore it back to somewhat of its pride. The same with Border Ground in Georgetown, Guyana. Two very important grounds of West Indies cricket history over the years.
Did visit the ARG just before our first game got underway, so we were doing some site visits and setting up beforehand, and really could feel the atmosphere inside there, although it could use a bit of cleaning up, a bit of work just to get it up to standard, as long as we're going to have more games there.
Yes, most definitely, but hopefully.
Well, change a bowler.
Yes, Patrice Fraser.
Quite interesting. 1 over given to previous bowler and then change right away. Wonder if it would be a change of ends for that previous bowler, or if might just come back here from this end later on.
Powell plays that through the mid-wicket area. Good looking shot for 2. That gets him going.
Would you have viewed live matches at the ARG back in the day?
Oh yes, most definitely. Chicky Passy, Gravy, Mayfield providing the entertainment off the ground. West Indies in their pomp providing the entertainment on the ground.
It really is quite a lovely stadium, and always talked about by many that it's right in the heart of all the action in town.
Mm-hmm.
This one really does take a while to get to, especially with the traffic. Traffic when I first arrived in Antigua really caught me off guard.
Right.
Not expecting that much traffic after having been to St. Kitts beforehand. Thought it would have been more that speed, but a lot more pace here.
Fraser into Woods, clips that into the mid-wicket area for a single. So he moves on to 6, and the score is 14 without loss in over number 3. Yes, a lot of vehicles on the roads of Antigua and Barbuda these days, but you should be used to the traffic though, coming from Trinidad.
Oh,
all
well,
your highways and so.
Well, might have been running away from it. That's why I came here.
But you enjoyed your time though here, and St. Kitts. You spent a good amount of time in both places out over the last few months, covering the West Indies 4-day first-class championship.
I need to do some calculations as to whether I've been here or home more. That ball is running close to the boundary, and it's just gonna pull it up inside, it seems. They come through for 3.
Yes, another good-looking shot by Clavante Powell. As I say, he has shown some form in this tournament. Only a half-century to his name. We haven't had a century yet, though, really, Joe. They've gone close. Segaram.
We were so close to one just last day at Liberta. We were down to the wire, really, with Jaquan Atenes scoring a lovely 97 from 130 odd balls. Was certainly.
Friend, that's taken the edge. Pitched up, he went for the drive. Good take by the keeper. And Woods departs.
Well, just as simple as that. Just
yes.
Pitching it up, allowing it to get as much early movement in this lovely morning as we can, and easily taken by the keeper. This early wicket here for Guyana. Leeward Islands would have seen this many times before.
It's Justin Dowling there with the gloves on. Takes a good catch. Patrice Fraser pitching it up and getting a bit of bounce. Went for the drive, did Glenn Woods. Could only edge it through to the keeper. So first blood to Guyana. Leewards lose their first wicket. Killen Woods departs for 6. And the score is 17-1 in over number 3. That would be the order of the day, especially for the seamers. Pitching the ball up on this wicket. Try and bowl stump to stump. So the bowling change has worked for Guyana. Rafael McKenzie just getting the one over from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Replaced by Patrice Fraser. He's picked up the wicket. And almost another one.
Well, that
Kyle
early
MacCowe
change,
flashed at that.
that early bowling change really worked out.
Yes, most definitely.
Had a gut feeling that the captain and proven to be right. See Jaquan Athenes we were speaking of, and Demore Prentice as well supported him throughout that innings, albeit with a pretty slow 26 from 90 odd deliveries, but kept him company as he tried his best to get towards that century. Yes, 3 overs gone, 17-1.
Yes, and the new batsman is Kyan MacCowe. The 11 for Leeward Islands today. Killen Woods, Clavonte Powell, Jaquan Artenes, captain. Kyan MacCowe, Chris Farrell, Adoni Ali, Andre Peters, Trion Daniel, Demore Prentice, William Pittman, and Jathan Edward. And for Guyana, Captain Richard Ramdahol, Brandon Henry, Nathaniel Nurse, Loma Cicheran, Usain Fredericks, Arif Bacchus, Nathaniel Ramsamy, Patrice Fraser, Justin Dowling, Rafael McKenzie, and Riaz Latif. And you're spot on, Billy Joe, as McKenzie has changed ends. And he's into Powell, who clips that down to fine leg for a single. So Powell moves to 7. Leeward Islands, 18-1 in over number 4.
The general direction of that, from that end, the general direction of the breeze would favor more so the outswing from Mackenzie. So want to get that going rather than getting it to go in from this secretly Ambrose end. Although that wicket in the last over just nipped away a bit, that ball.
Mackenzie just losing his run up there. He's bowling to 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover, mid off, mid wickets, backward square leg, and fine leg. It's the predominant easterly, blows across the ground, left to right, as you're looking at your screen. Of course, the coverage brought to you by Cricket 360 through the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Again, in this round 4 of the CWI Rising Stars Under 15 Championships, we have 3 matches today. Leeward Islands, Guyana here. Barbados are playing Windward Islands, and Trinidad and Tobago are playing Jamaica. Mackenzie short down the leg side, turned down to fine leg by MacCowe. Takes 1, gets him off the mark. 19-1 in over number 4.
Of course, this is quite a big ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and see the boundary lines have also been brought in for these younger players. I think could have been brought in a bit more. I think it's good enough here.
Yeah, it's still quite big, isn't it, for under 15s? And it's a ground that's very hard to defend, especially if you don't put a good total on the board.
And of course, this current pitch as well to the far east. Don't think I've ever seen that pitch in use before.
And he's clean bowling. Wow, that was a quicker delivery and on line by Mackenzie, and Powell was done for pace, Billy Joe. Straight through him.
Well,
Come back a long way and took middle and off. So Leewards lose their second wicket as Clavonte Powell goes, bowled by Rafael Mackenzie. So the skipper's unsung here. He made the bowling change, swapped ends with Mackenzie, and he's picked up a wicket now from both ends. Leeward Islands 19 for 2 in over number 4.
Well, just getting a feel of things in that first over with Guyana, but captains just switched around the bowlers a bit, and both of those switches have resulted in success for him. We were talking about the breeze coming across, just taking the ball away. Well, he got that one to nip in against the breeze more off the pitch, and Clavonte Powell didn't know much about that one.
Oh, exactly. Right through his defences, too quick for Powell. So Guyana on top early here in this round 4 clash. Mackenzie in again to the new batsman, who turns this into the onside, no run. And that completes a successful over there for Rafael Mackenzie. So at the end of over number 4, Leeward Islands in a bit of trouble, 19 for 2 after winning the toss and opting to bat. 19 for 2. New batsman at the crease is Perez Farrell.
Well, Leeward Islands having elected to bat, and similar story to the not so great tournament that they've been having this year. Guyana with the 1 loss before this, but Leeward's really struggling throughout the tournament. Jamaica would have started off not in the finest of form, but then found their feet afterwards to defeat Guyana, and then in the last game also defeat the Leewards after both teams put up pretty good fight. We also saw Trinidad and Tobago collapsing in that previous match against Barbados.
Yes, that was the match of the round that everybody was looking forward to. Low-scoring affair, but Barbados, they keep turning it on, Billy Joe. 3 out of 3, defending champions, of course.
Well, they really were clinical when I saw them in the first round at Liberta against Jamaica. Bowled them out for, was it under 100 if I remember correct? It was right around 100. And when they came out to bat, they looked above their age, really.
Well, a lot of the young Bajans play in the VCA Premier Division back home. It's Fraser into MacCowe, and that's pulled nicely down to fine leg for a single. So MacCowe goes on to 2. The score is 20 for 2 in over number 5.
So it's great to have that sort of intermixing to play with other tournaments. More senior players get that experience.
Exactly. Fraser will be bowling to Farrell. Just faced the one delivery so far. He's still on naught. There's a slip. Third man, backward point, cover mid-off on the offside as he's into Farrell. Dabs that down to third man to get himself going. So he moves on to 1. 21 for 2. Leeward Islands. Yes, and also some of the Barbadians play in Trinidad and vice versa. Some of the Trinis go and play in Barbados, so it's great experience for them, especially at this age. Fraser in again to MacCowe, and he just lets that go outside off stump. Good ball in this by Fraser, keeping it nice and tight. Leeward Islands will be looking for a partnership after losing 2 early quick wickets.
Fraser's been really tidy up front, no extras, just keeping it right where it needs to be.
He runs in again to MacCowe, and he looks to cut that. Doesn't make contact through the keeper Dowling to complete the over. So at the end of 5 overs, Leeward Islands, after opting to bat, are 21 for 2. Back live here on Cricket 360 through the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. With this CWI Rising Stars under 15s round 4 clash between Leeward Islands and Guyana. Leeward Islands, after winning the toss, electing to bat at 21 for 2. As Mackenzie starts a new over, and Farrell plays that back to the bowler and no run.
So interestingly, Mackenzie has 2 slips in place, but last over we saw there's just 1 slip in place for Fraser.
Mackenzie in again to Farrell. Full pitch delivery, stroked into the cover region. They think about 2. They're coming back for the second, and that's good running. The 2 young Leeward Islanders. So Farrell moves to 3. 23 for 2. We're in over number 6. Yeah, I think that's got to do with the fact that Mackenzie is the quickest of the 2 seamers. So he gets...
No, that might also be why he got
slip.
choice of that end.
Correct, yes. Runs in again to Farrell. Wide outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire.
This is, we saw those 2 runs, 2 deliveries, but earlier, that previous match was a feature of Leeward Islands' batting innings, was the running between the wickets.
But that's good to hear, Billy Joe, because even at the senior level, running between the wickets or rotation of strike has been a problem. Mackenzie in again. Farrell stabs that to backward point and there's no run. So 24 for 2, we're in over number 6. Leeward Islands looking to rebuild their innings. The loss of both openers, Killen Woods for 6 and Clavonte Powell for 7. Mackenzie into Farrell. Farrell dabs this out onto the offside. So Mackenzie bowling with good pace. More or less been thereabouts. A couple of deliveries have been off target, but he's into his 3rd over.
You're always going to get that with a bit of extra pace.
Again, Farrell dabs it out on the offside, looks for the single, but it's not there.
Farrell does seem to like to step out of his crease a bit, get at the bowler. Hasn't quite been able to defeat him as yet, but certainly up for the battle.
Two slips wait as Mackenzie into Farrell. Farrell turns this into the mid-wicket area and they go through for a quick single. Another good piece of running between the two. And that brings the 6th over to an end. So after 6 overs, Leeward Islands are 25 for 2. It will be Patrice Fraser to continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Scattering of spectators so far. Of course, it's Easter Monday, so if you're in Antigua, especially around the North Sound area, I encourage you to come into the stadium, watch the future stars of West Indies cricket as Fraser into Farrell, and again dabs it down into the backward point region. Can't beat the field, no run. 25 for 2. Farrell is on 4. MacCowe is on 2.
Easter Monday. Must wish all of the viewers out there a warm and happy Easter. No, out here in Antigua, is there anything special to do on an Easter Monday?
There's always something to do, Willie Joe. The beach is just the beginning.
I would have done that on Easter Sunday.
You went to the beach?
Yeah, I did.
Excellent. Which one? Where'd you go?
We usually frequent Pigeon Point, Jolly Beach, and Dickerson Bay.
Okay, you get around there. Fraser in again, full delivery, but too wide. Called wide by the umpire. Another extra.
That being said, I haven't been to many other beaches as yet. Looking for some recommendations.
Fraser runs away from us now into Farrell and beats him. Good delivery that. It's left him a little through to keeper Dowling.
Farrell really seems to want to get bat on ball. He's playing at everything, trying to play at everything, and beaten quite confidently there by the bowler.
Fraser in again to Farrell. Plays that back down the pitch. He's bowling quite tidily as Farrell. Is Fraser, I should say.
I really like what I see here from Fraser. Just getting that ball to nip away from the right-handed batsman consistently, and seems quite disciplined in his line and length as well.
Again, Farrell looking for the single, not on, sent back by his partner MacCowe.
MacCowe's been off strike for quite a bit so far. This over and majority of the last over.
He's an interesting bowler. Patrice Fraser doesn't use his left arm at all, really.
We'll have a look at that between overs.
Stride, yeah. Keeps it down by his side, his non-bowling arm. And that completes the over as that one goes through to the keeper. So at the end of 7 overs, Leeward Islands 26 for 2.
So there he goes, and very interesting. And then at the end there, arm swinging. So it's those fine details that might not always be technically correct, but add a bit of extra spice to each bowler.
Most definitely, if it works for you, then.
And well, it also adds to the entertainment. You don't want to be watching the same bowling action over and over.
Mackenzie is slashed to backward points, and MacCowe is gone. Full pitch delivery. He went for a full-blooded cover drive, took the outside of the bats, and a simple catch there at backward point.
Well, it's just as I was saying, he was off strike for quite some time. Fraser wanted to get him back on strike, and just playing a bit too furiously at that one, and wanted to break the shackles. 2 from 8, and it's going to end 2 from 9. Couldn't get any more than that kind of MacCowe, and it's the end of his innings.
Yes, he's gone for 2. And Leeward Islands slip further in trouble, 26 for 3 in the 8th over. Mackenzie has picked up his second for the day. But full and straight, on or about the off stump is where the seamers want to be. Good start this for Guyana. But if you've been to Jolly Beach and Dickerson Bay, in between, you can go to Fort James, historic Fort James, and Runaway, which are just down from, well, if you left Dickerson Bay, you'd hit Runaway first and then Fort James.
I really did see Runway on the map, and a bit of a funny story about that. When I said Runway, I suggested Runway Beach. And there's this place just behind the airport, just before the Pigots region, called Landing Strip, a bar. Mm-hmm. And at first when I suggested Runway, they asked me if wasn't that a bar, because they're mixing it up with Landing Strip.
Right. Jaquan Artenez, Leeward Islands captain, is the new batsman, and he's beaten outside off. Big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Another good delivery by young Mackenzie, right up there. Ooh, very, very close to that outside edge.
Oh, we're gonna see it from the other angle now.
We have a look at the replay again.
Oh, so close.
Yes, very close, but good decision by the umpire.
Well, that would have been just the perfect example of how great a leveler this game is for Atenes. Last game 97. This game millimeters first ball.
Mm-hmm.
And what a delivery to receive for your first ball anyway. Mackenzie's seen Fraser keeping it tidy from the other end, and he said, well, let me have a say at that.
And that's well played by Antones. Driving through the mid-on region out towards the boundary. Just picked up inside the rope. And they will take 3. So that gets Captain Antones underway. Good looking stroke. Use the pace of Mackenzie. Play him up to long on.
A bit full, but could forgive him at this stage. Looking for that movement, and well played by Atenes. Always shows the quality of a batsman when you see him play that sort of on-drive push. I know he's not just a batsman, bowls some very good off-spin as well.
Mackenzie into Farrell. And Farrell is dabbing this again out in the offside. Can't beat the field. 29 for 3. Farrell is on 4. Antones is on 3. Yeah, he's a good little cricketer. Jaquan Antones makes a lot of runs at school level.
Well, ever since growing up and watching cricket, there's always seemed to be one Atenes around. First was Justin, then Alec, and now Jaquan.
All related to Farrell just runs the ball down to third man and then runs into Mackenzie. Well, he was ball watching, going for the single. But all good. Completes the over. So after 8 overs, Leeward Islands are 30 for 3. Farrell is on 5 and Antones is on 3.
So just a few more clouds in the sky now than when we first began. Sun is still with us. Things look quite peaceful out there. Cloud just offering a bit of respite for players.
Yes, most definitely. They should be enjoying these conditions as Patrice Fraser starts a new over. Short and wide and called wide by the umpire. Just losing his direction a little. 31 for 3. Farrell is on strike. He's on 5.
I think it's just a bit of a cat and mouse game here with Farrell. Just trying to get it as wide as he can, because he knows Farrell is going to try to fish at it.
Fraser in again to Farrell. And that has turned nicely. Full pitch delivery. Gone very fine. Down to fine leg. They come back for a comfortable 2. So Farrell goes on to 7. And the score 33 for 3 in over number 9.
Well, Fraser was certainly trying to target the stumps there, but went a bit too straight and ended up just too wide on the leg side.
Comes in again to Farrell. And that has got him, I'd say. Big appeal. And finally the finger goes out. Well, he took a while to give that, but that was beaten for pace. Good bounce again from Fraser. And the edge was found through to Dowling. Farrell goes. Leeward's in further trouble. They lose their 4th. We just watched the replay again. Yes, he almost steered it into the gloves of Dowling. Guyana were never in doubt. 33 for 4 in the 9th over. Farrell goes for 7.
Well, all of the players were confident and into that appeal right away, giving away the fact that it definitely seemed to be a noise out there. But when I do look back at this, there didn't seem to be much deviation, so it was a very fine edge. Does seem to have made contact at that point there, but it seemed to carry on quite straight to the wicket keeper.
The umpire had a good look at it and decided yes.
Well, he certainly had the best hearing of it.
So Fraser picks up his 2nd. Both seamers doing the job so far this morning for Guyana. 2 wickets apiece to Fraser and Mackenzie.
Again, another beautiful delivery to greet the batsman.
Yes.
Well interesting
played,
leave.
Falling over.
He must have
As
been
he left
watching
it.
a bit of Australian test highlights.
So it's Damore Prentice is the new batsman. He's on strike to Fraser, and that's very wide. Outside off stump, called wide by the umpire.
He was doing the same sort of leave like this last day as well. It's quite a pronounced action.
Second wide for Fraser in this over. It has been a successful one with the wicket of Fraser. Farrell, I should say. Appeal by the slip fielder, who I think is Ramdo. But wide down leg side this time, so
we'll have a look at it. Doesn't seem to be anything there. Might have just been appealing for no wide.
Fraser in again to Prentice, and that is a good delivery. Beats him. He got his gloves down in time, through to Dowling on the bounce actually. It's dying as it went past the bat. He definitely played it, that did Prentice. He remains on naught, 35 for 4. In over number 9, Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and opting to bat here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium this morning. Played quietly into the short extra cover region by Prentice, no run.
This is the pair here for Leeward Islands. These two were the mean run scorers in that last match. Prentice more so just keeping Athena's company, but he is going to have to find an extra gear here, trying to set a total rather than chase down a total. Interesting to see how they both go about this.
Again, slashing outside the off stump, another full delivery by Fraser. Unlucky not to find the edge of Prentice's bats. That brings the over to an end. That's so Leeward Islands after 9 overs of 35 for 4. With Captain Artenes on 3 and Prentice yet to score. But they'll know Leewards if they can muster up something from this awkward position of 35 for 4. Local boy William Pittman bowled brilliantly in round 2 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium against Barbados, where he picked up 6 wickets. But in comes Mackenzie to Artenes. Pulls that backward of square, but straight to the fielder, no run. But you're quite right, Billy Joe, they need a partnership, and these two are more than capable of providing that for the Leeward Islands. They've just got to get themselves in. Both of them have just faced the 4 deliveries each. It's Mackenzie from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Artenez down leg. Half an appeal, but the umpire says wide. Both these Guyanese seamers giving away a few extras.
Well, interestingly, in that case, was just the slip fielder appealing. Keeper didn't seem too interested.
Mackenzie in again to Artenez. And again, short, wide, down leg side, called wide by the umpire.
Oh, that's a bit unnecessary here from Mackenzie.
Yeah, especially when you picked up your wickets by bowling full and straight. He's decided now that he's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Artenez.
May just be some analysis have been done that they want to attack Artenez with the short ball.
That one's well played. Defended into the onside. Better delivery by Mackenzie. He's bowling to a slip. Third man, backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Backward square leg and fine leg as he's into Artenez around the wicket. And again, called wide down the leg side. So just losing his direction in this over. 3 wides so far. 2 legitimate deliveries. Might be just looking for that extra pace again, Billy Joe.
Definitely looking for a bit of extra something, whether it's pace or something else. Either that or might just be tiring a bit into his 5th over. Of course, having to bowl those extra deliveries isn't going to help that case.
Artenez, captain of Leeward Islands, of course. Very stylish at the crease. One of those batsmen that look like he's got all the time in the world. Mackenzie's now decided to come back over the wicket. Comes into Artenez, and that one angling back in, played back to the bowler, no run. 38 for 4, we're in over number 10. Mackenzie in again to Artenez, and that's hit firmly into the cover region. Well stopped there by the fielder. With the score on 38 for 4 though, Billy Joe, I'd be inclined to leave the 2 slips in for Mackenzie. He's only got the 1 slip now. Around the hole himself, but at slip, all teams seem to be using the 3rd man a lot in this tournament to protect the boundaries. I'd rather see them keep applying the pressure, bring the slip in.
Well, especially here on this big ground, when we were talking about the field itself being a bit bigger. No reason to have that 3rd man all the way back as well.
So we've had 10 overs here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The players are going to take a water break, and we'll take a break on Cricket 360 and be back shortly. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Fraser continues from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Prentice, who remains on naught as that one goes through to keeper Dowling. Leeward Islands, after winning the toss this morning, 38 for 4. This round 4 clash against Guyana in the CWI Rising Stars Under-15s Championship. I'm here with Billy Joe, who does an excellent job as technician, bringing you all the action through Cricket 360, the Windies YouTube channel. Again, good delivery by Fraser, just passing the outside edge of Prentice.
And that's all that Mackenzie from the other end needs to do. Just keep it nice and tight right outside your stump. That's how all of these wickets were achieved so far, and these two new batsmen really don't need to try anything so funky as yet.
Called wide again.
That one certainly deviated a bit.
Yes, the keeper and first slip were convinced he hit it. He certainly went for it, but he never got within 5 miles of it.
Definitely
Very wide by Fraser.
seems to have caught some breeze. It was more in the air that it moved.
Fraser in again, and again wide, and this time no ball. Front foot, no ball. So Prentice got a big chance of getting off the mark now, as he will face a free hit. And some more good news from for Antigua and Barbuda in the Carifta Games, the 52nd Carifta Games in your hometown, Port of Spain, Trinidad. Gold for Zanique Charles in the under-17 girls javelin. So well done to Zanique Charles, picking up Antigua and Barbuda's second gold of the championships. And that is extremely wide.
Well, I must have put a commentator's curse on him.
So the free hit will remain. 41 for 4 now. We're in over number 11. Fraser in again to Prentice, and he went for the big hoik and missed.
So just to note, we are outside of that first power play, but still just two fielders deep at fine leg and third man.
Yes, and I think that's good by Captain around the hole. Guyana keeping the field up. You're well on top. 41 for 4 Leewards. That one's played into the extra cover region. Prentice remains on naught. He's faced some 9 deliveries.
Does seem to have some stickability, does like to be out there and bat, but does look like he needs to work a bit on his strike rotation and trying to find the gaps a bit.
Played this one firmly up to mid-off. No run. Yes, and that's what he will try and do. As you were saying, Billy Joe, in the previous match, he hung around with Artenez when they were looking to chase down 240 against Jamaica. A completely different ball game here as they're looking to set a target.
And it was really right after his dismissal that things, well, the chase was really off at that point. Artenez tried, but wickets kept falling from the other end, and eventually I think the nerves got the better of Artenez himself, who played a bit of an out-of-character shot at that point.
Yes, because I think at one stage Leewards were 50 odd for 5 or something. So they chased well to end up losing by some 35 runs. Martinez getting 97, of course. So we had 11 overs here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Leeward Islands 41 for 4. Martinez is on 3. Prentice yet to score. Mackenzie will continue. This will be his last over. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 17 so far. Seam bowlers are allowed to bowl 6 over spell. And that's turned nicely by Martinez. Down to fine leg. They're going to come back for the second, and that's well run. So 2 more to Martinez. He goes on to 5, 43 for 4.
Martinez continuing to look comfortable as he did in that last match, and the start to this over from Mackenzie, not trying anything too extreme as we saw in that previous over.
He still has the slip in place. Third man, backward point. Short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. He's in again to Martinez, and again he turns that into the onside. But can't piece the field on this occasion. Short backward square and a fine leg for Mackenzie. Runs towards us now into Martinez. Martinez is thumping that through the cover region. A chase on here. I'll take 2. Martinez moves on to 7, 45 for 4 in over number 12. Mackenzie in again. Martinez plays this quietly up to mid-on, no run. So Martinez and Prentice just trying to work their way into their innings. Leeward Islands in desperate need of a decent partnership as Mackenzie in again to Martinez. That's wide outside off stump. Let go by Martinez through to the keeper, no run.
And even here from Martinez, you see that wide delivery, quite confident in knowing when to leave and when to play. So earlier with Farrell, where he's eager to play at everything.
It's driven nicely, but can't beat extra cover. And that completes the over. So after 12 overs, Leeward Islands are 45 for 4. Martinez is on 7, and Prentice yet to get off the mark. Other games going on today at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Defending champions, undefeated this time round, Barbados up against Windward Islands. Barbados won the toss, and in the 13th over they are 80 for 3.
Oh, we also saw in that.
In fact, they're 80 for 4. No, they just lost the wicket. Yes, sorry.
What we saw in that round 3 clash with Windward Islands was a bit more of a fight with the bat as well. Not putting too much runs on the board, but did stick around for longer. Batsman is at least getting time out there.
So a change of bowler, Usain Fredericks back into the attack, more seam, and then they go for a quick single. They have to be quick. Direct hit might have had Artenez in some trouble there. But he's home safely, and Prentice is off the mark.
Well, Fredericks has also changed ends
Changed
compared
ends,
to
that's right.
we saw him this morning.
And the other match at Coolidge Cricket Ground between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Jamaica won the toss and elected to bat, and there spot a bowler also 43 for 4. Leeward's 46 for 4 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Fredericks into Artenez, full delivery, good attacking delivery, all kept out by Artenez.
Two relatively quick wickets at the ERG as well, because not too long ago, I think during drinks I checked and they were just 2 down.
Fredericks in again to Artenez. Artenez lets one go. Fredericks is bowling to basically the same field that Fraser and Mackenzie have been operating with all morning. Slip, third man, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, backward square and fine leg. So he runs away from us now into Artenez. Stroke nicely but straight to mid off. His bang on target is Fredericks. Keeping it nice and full and straight. 46 for 4 Leewards after opting to bat upon winning the toss. We're in over number 13. Fredericks in again. One shorter and turned nicely forward of square by Artenez for a comfortable 2. So he moves on to 9. The score 48 for 4. Pleasant conditions here this morning in Antigua for the players. Fredericks on his way to Artenez. Artenez is knocking this up to mid-on to complete the over. So a useful over there by Usain Fredericks, just the 3 coming from it. And after 13 overs, Leeward Islands are 48 for 4. Captain Artenez is on 9 and Prentice is on 1. Commentary today coming to you by Cricket 360 through the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. You can follow all the matches at Coolidge here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and also at the iconic Antigua Recreation Ground. All the matches through Windies YouTube, Windies Cricket YouTube channel, proudly brought to you by Cricket 360. So we're going to have a change at Sir Andy Roberts' end. It's Rayaz Latif, the wrist spinner. He's coming off a 6-4 and a hat-trick. Billy Joe, see what he can do today. Spot on target with that first ball, just played into the onside by Prentice. He remains on 1. I heard an interview with him after the match at the Recreation Ground where he took the 6 wickets, including the hat-trick. He said he just kept tossing it up because every time he tossed it up, they tried to hit him.
That's good to hear coming from a leg spinner.
Yes, well, that sounds like how all our batsmen tend to try and play spin. Once again in the West Indies 4-day first-class championship, and the top 5 or 6 bowlers, all spinners. for this season.
But certainly found his area right away.
Yeah, he's
No looseners like we tend to get from leg spinners early in their spell. Continued good news here.
and beats him. Good delivery, good flight. And that's a good point you make, though, Billy Joe, because it's been, or every team seems to have a wrist spinner or leg spinner. And I have been quite impressed by all of them with their control, because it is the hardest art form of the game.
Well, it almost makes you wonder whether T20 might be a bit of a motivator for that, because of how many leg spinners we see now dominating in T20s. Not particularly the classical toss-it-up leg spinners, more so the quicker leg spinners who don't really turn it too much, but always great to see that love for the art, and always room in your team for both types of those leg spinners.
Latif starts with the maiden, so excellent start for the wrist spinner. 48 for 4 after 14. Yes, Cricket West Indies seems to be going down that path. They've got the T20 breakout tournament starting later this week as Frederick starts a new over. And it's mandatory for all of the 6 teams to have a leg spinner in their ranks or in their squad. I'm not so sure, not so convinced though, Billy Joel. I'm more of the old school. I think we need West Indies cricket was made and built around fast bowlers and not just the 4-prong. But you go back to Big Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith, Martindale, George John, if you go back that far.
I think it's all about
Roy Gilchrist.
all about balance, because
I think we should be looking to keep building the fast bowling ranks and fix the pitches around the Caribbean.
well, that's our next aspect of it, because whether you're going to go towards more leg spinners or towards the pace bowlers, you need to give them the conditions to make the most of those skills.
50 up for Leeward Islands as Artenez moves on to 11. That stroked nicely. Can't beat the cover field, but they take a single. So 51 for 4. Artenez is 12. We're in over number 15.
Then the biggest issue when it comes to the senior team is more so just the scheduling of test matches. So little that we play now.
Yes, and that's something that the ICC needs to look at. There's all this rumors and talk about splitting the test playing nations into 2 divisions. It's not what we want at all. Fredericks into Prentice, turns that into the mid-wicket area. Can't beat the field. He remains on 1. And that completes Fredericks' over. So he's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 10. And at the end of 15 overs, Leeward Islands 51 for 4. Artenez is on 12 and Prentice is on 1. Back live here on Cricket 360 at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the CWI Rising Stars Under-15s Championship clash between Leeward Islands and Guyana. It's going to be wrist spinner Latif to continue. Martinez plays that straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Taking a
49 for 51 for 4.
closer look at his action there.
Pings off Martinez's bat, but straight to short, extra cover. Got a slipper backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, long on. Oh, and he's gone for a big shot there. Martinez lucky to get away with that. It's tossed up by the wrist spinner. His eyes opened up. Missed it completely.
Well,
That
seems to
ball
be staying true to what he said in the interview. He's going to continue to toss it up and entice the batsman.
comes in again to Martinez. Hurrying Martinez, who plays it straight back to the bowler. Yes, he's a good little cricketer. Well, he also made 48 not out in that match against Windward Islands. Put on some 115 runs with Cicherin, who scored 93 not out.
That
And he completes another maiden, so 2 maidens in a row for Latif, 51 for 4 after 16 Leewards.
was quite a knock from Cicherin as well. Bats high up the order. I think he open or
He
back 3.
Open. He batted the whole 50 overs. So, as we were saying earlier, we've had a few scores in the 90s and in the 80s, but no one yet has registered 100 in this year's under-15s championship. Fredericks will continue from this is Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. Starting his 4th over, he's into Prentice, who's on 1 and just keeps that out. Did Prentice. Another good full delivery coming back into the batsman, into the right-hander. Just gets a bit of bat on it. Goes out onto the onside.
Much more skiddy type bowler than opening bowlers we saw, more up and over in the action. Definitely spared that delivery, and Prentice was up to the task.
Fredericks into Martinez on this occasion. Stroked straight to extra cover. There's no run. Martinez is on 12. Prentice is on 2. We're in over number 17. Leewards, after winning the toss and opting to bat, are 52 for 4. These two are just trying to get something going. They came together with the score on 33. So they've added some 19 runs in about 8 overs. Fredericks in again to Martinez, and Martinez plays this straight back to the bowler. Current run rate is just over 3.15 for Leeward Islands. Still plenty of overs remaining if they can just get a partnership going. As I say, they've added 19 so far for the 5th wicket, make that 20. As Martinez just runs that down to 3rd man for a single. He goes on to 13. Leeward's 53 for 4. That's been pretty good bowling though by Guyana this morning. Apart from a few wides by the seamers, they've been pretty much spot on, and we haven't had a boundary in the match after 17 overs. So the current partnership is worth 20. It's come off 52 deliveries, and at the end of the 17th over, Leeward Islands are 53 for 4. Artenez is on 13. And Prentice is on 2.
Just in your background there, you see the Sydney Walling Highway, as well as some houses in the background.
Latif starts a new over, and that's driven nicely by Artenez up to long on for an easy single. First runs come off the bowling of Latif. He's in his third over. 54 for 4. Yes, so Sydney Walling, he was a good cricketer too, back in the day.
Oh, now I'm learning new things.
So Latif into Prentice. Prentice is well forward. Playing this out to extra cover, no run. Prentice is on 2 of 24 deliveries. Artenez 14 of 35. Imagine the bowling has been well on top this morning. Latif, and again tosses that one up and goes straight through Prentice, cleans him up, clean bowl for 2. Leeward Islands lose their 5th. It's 54 for 5, and another excellent delivery by Latif. He continues to impress, has tossed it up, drew Prentice onto the front foot. He went for the extravagant drive, got nowhere near the pitch of the delivery, through bat and pad. So his long vigil comes to an end for just 2, and Leeward slipped further in trouble on 54 for 5 in over number 18.
Well, you're never gonna get too far playing so just poking and prodding around to a leg spinner like this. It's always gonna be one delivery with your name on it. And as we saw, he does have that appetite for batting long, but does need to work on just turning the strike over, else he's going to get trapped at that end. It has certainly been quite entertaining from Latif so far. 3 overs, he's only given away 1 run, and taken that wicket after his brilliant performance in that last match.
Yes, his fine form is continuing, and so far nobody has had the answer to his wrist spin. So Jathan Edward is the new batsman. He's facing Latif, and big shout, and he's gone. He played back. It was a quicker delivery by Latif, and again he's on our trick. 54 for 6. Edward has gone. First ball for naught, and Leeward Islands are slipping away.
Well, it was turning quite prodigiously with that googly. May have just been clipping that leg stump. Wasn't the most encouraging appeal you would think, but it's well to it in the end. Don't get the best angle here, but just another view of it.
Well, he played back and walked straight in front of his stumps, and as you quite rightly said, Billy Joe, it was the googly. He didn't pick it. Just have a look at it front on again. Yeah, it might have been turning past. But the umpire had no doubt. So Edward has to make the long trip back to the pavilion without scoring. And Leeward Islands are in some serious trouble here. After 18 overs, they're 54 for 6. As Andre Peters joins his captain, Jaquan Artenes, who is on 14.
What would Artenes be telling Peters here?
Fredericks to continue, and a lovely straight bat by Artenes. Shows the full face, the maker's name, if he had a maker on it.
That's always an interesting discussion there, the bat maker and the sponsor, because
he's cleaned him up. There's a full delivery, looked to whip that through the onside, did Artenes. He realized he needed to get on with the job. 14 of 36 deliveries and losing wickets at the other end. Well, that's come off his pads, careered back into the stumps, and he's gone for 14. And Leeward Islands in serious trouble. They lose their captain. Fredericks picks up his first. It's 54 for 7.
Well, I was wondering what Artenes would be telling his partner, but more about what he would be telling himself after this dismissal. Not much he could have done. Was targeting the stumps ever since he came on, Fredericks. It's one thing you would see a bit different than opening bowlers Mackenzie and Freezer, were more on that 4th, 5th stump line, but Fredericks certainly looking to target those stumps as much as he can.
So Guyana well and truly on top of proceedings here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Leeward Islands floundering on 54 for 7. Just lost their captain. It was full. Was careering into the pads of Artenes, and luckily for him, he tried to whip it through the mid-wicket region, didn't make contact, hit the pads, and back onto the off stump. So William Pittman joins Cheon Daniel at the crease, and not only is it 54 for 7, but both these batsmen have not faced the ball, so there's no set batsman either out there for Leewards. Let's see what the lower order can muster against some pretty good bowling here from Guyana. Fredericks will be bowling to the left-handed Pittman. He's got a slip backward point, third man, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square and fine leg as he's into Pittman, and Pittman lets that go outside the off stump through to keeper Dowling, and there's no run. Good to see Billy Joe. They're a left-handed batsman, but Fredericks is staying over the wicket.
I was wondering if it ran out a left-hand batsman in the Leeward Islands.
They almost run out of all types of batsmen.
Well, not just in the Leeward Islands. Bit telling fact when you consider, get back to that, and you consider that we've had a hat trick and no hundreds in this tournament.
Yes, and Mr. Latif is on a hat trick again with his first ball of his new over.
Well, this is best as time that he would get a chance to get that. If Fredericks bowls 2 more dot balls, he's going to have a fresh batsman at the other end in Daniel.
Again, all that rolls through to being left alone by Pittman, and they'll take a bye. So 55 for 7, Leeward Islands after winning the toss and opting to bat. Bowling has been well on top of these young Leeward Islands batsman. Chion Daniel, another left-hander. Get the opportunity to face his first delivery. Fredericks again staying over the wicket. And he runs in now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Daniel. And Daniel's looking to whip this down towards fine leg. Doesn't make contact. Through to Dowling to complete the over. So just the bye off that over, plus the wicket, the big wicket of Captain Jaquan Artenez. And after 19 overs, Leeward Islands 55 for 7. And now it will be Riaz Latif from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And he will be in search of his second hat-trick, as he is on a hat-trick, and he took a hat-trick in claiming 6 for 34 2 days ago at the iconic Antigua Recreation Ground against Windward Islands. And he's on a hat-trick here. It will be William Pittman to face the hat-trick ball. Richard round the hole. The Guyanese skipper, their first slip is ringing the changes in the field. He's got everybody up inside the circle as he should. He's got 2 slips. He's got a leg slip. In comes Latif. And Pittman defends. So no hat-trick this time for the young Latif, but some excellent bowling here. Just past the outside edge of Pittman's bat, and that's a big appeal. Not out though, says the umpire.
Yeah, I don't think he had the angle to his advantage here, Latif.
Height.
Bouncing over
Yeah,
more.
height. Pittman tries to push that through the mid-wicket area. Can't beat the field. I like this field though, that around the hole is set for Latif. He's bowling exceptionally well. He's got 3 men around the bats, and there's appeal for caught behind. He's very confident. Umpire says not out. Pittman wasn't interested. He didn't even bother looking at the umpire, as we see on replay. Come back into him. Hard to tell. Dowling was confident, but not out. Latif in again. Well flighted. That's gone through everything. Running down towards the boundary. Captain around the hole. No, it's Brandon Henry that's giving chase.
Let's look at that appeal again and see if we can pick up anything.
2 wides. So we have a look. No footwork, just played at the ball, just close. Latif in again, and again, lack of footwork there by Pittman, trying to cut that towards point. Doesn't make contact. 58 for 7. Latif in again. And again, the huge appeal again, but not out.
Just bring to your attention that every fielder throughout that over was inside the 30-yard circle.
Yes, that's what I say, and that's excellent by Captain around the hole to not only give Latif the attacking field, but when you've got the opposition 58 for 7, you want to finish them off, Billy Joe. No need to give them easy runs.
58 for 7, and previous game 50-odd for 5. You don't want any partnership to be lingering about. Of course, in that instance,
Exactly.
Athens and Prentice much more acclaimed with the bat, but you don't want to underestimate any of these players.
So it's going to be Usain Fredericks to continue. He's bowled 5 overs One maiden, 1 for 12. But we spoke too soon, Billy Joe. He's got two left-handers out there, and he's now decided to come around the wicket. Be bowling to Shion Daniel. Both Daniel and Pittman are yet to get off the mark.
Let's see how he adjusts to this round the wicket line. Still just two fielders in the deep, so continuing to attack.
In comes Fredericks. It's well driven by Shion Daniel for a single. That's his first runs, 59 for 7. We're in over number 21. Yes, I like the field. Slip, gully, backward point, short extra cover, who's moving, looks like into...
Either of them got any bat on his deliveries.
Fredericks into Pittman, and Pittman is leaving a good length ball just outside the off stump. But so he's got two slips, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, forward square leg, and fine leg for Pittman as Fredericks is in full pitch delivery. Bang on target once again by Fredericks. Been a good spell this by him. Keeping it tight, very accurate.
Interestingly, he took out the mid-on fielder, and I like that as well. Put him into slip, and consider it is always quite difficult to hit the ball straight down in that mid-on region. So if he does see that area open, it does present the opportunity to catch an edge through to slip, given the angle Fredericks is coming from.
Yes, and that's why we like to see the seamers stay over the wicket to the left-handers. Opens it up a lot more, but that's well driven by Pittman. And the first boundary of the innings comes in the 21st over.
I think he wanted to prove me wrong.
Full pitch delivery and an excellent swing of the bat all the way along the ground through the mid-on region. So now he's moving mid-wickets a bit straighter into a mid-on position.
Just exactly when I talked about that position.
63 for 7. Pittman goes to 4. Fredericks into him again. Very wide outside, off, cold wide this time. For a bit of extra pace there. It was still nice and full, but lost his direction. So 64 for 7, Leeward Islands in over number 21. Fredericks in again to Pittman. Again, wide outside the off, left alone by Pittman to complete the over. So after 21 overs, Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and electing to bat, a 64 for 7. Pittman is on 4. Daniel is on 1. Windies just had the second water break of the day as Latif continues to Daniel. Still with a very attacking field, as it should be, with the score Leeward's.
That delivery seemed ultra slow, just came off the surface a bit slower than the others.
Leeward's on 64 for 7. We're in over number 22. So he's got leg slip, 2 slips, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, both well inside the 30-yard circle.
Field just as you see it on screen, all the fielders close up to these two lower order batsmen.
And Daniel hits that, just evades the short extra cover. You pick up another 2, so he moves on to 3, 66 for 7. Latif continues his fine bowling form. He's in his 5th over, 2 for 6 so far. And again to Daniel, and that's taken the top edge, and a simple catch, backpedaling was the second slipper. Looks like the captain himself in round the hole. And Trion Daniel goes. Leewards lose their 8th. It's 66 for 8.
Trying to play that sweep to counter the fact that the ball is going to spin both ways without knowing which way it is going to spin by these batsmen. Latif really disguising those variations quite well, and it is always going to still be risky playing that sweep shot because he has quite a vicious googly at this early stage in his career, Latif.
Yes, and as I was saying earlier, Billy Joe, excellent control. And he gives the ball some nice flight. The batsmen keep coming after him. So he's doing his job for his skipper. Once again, he picks up his 3rd wicket. Top edged that one, trying to play against the spin. And a simple catch there for captain around the hole. So Leeward Islands lose their 8th. We're in over number 22, 66 for 8. And the new batsman is Andre Peters. He will be facing. He's joined William Pittman. Pittman is on 4. Latif into Peters. Big appeal, but he got a good stride in that time. Not out, says the umpire. Brings another successful over from Latif to completion. He's bowled 5 overs now. 2 maidens, 3, 4, 6. And Leeward Islands, after 22 overs, are 66 for 8. And Fredericks will continue. From this Curtly Ambrose end. And when you're just looking to knock over 9-10 Jack Billy Joe, these seamers, they just need to keep it full and straight. Aim at the stumps.
Fredericks has done a pretty good job of that so far.
Exactly. He's got protection from his skipper, 2 slips, a gully, backward point. In he comes to William Pittman.
In his previous over, he would have had his 3rd man back and fine leg, and now he's just has that fine leg out on the boundary. 3rd man has come into that 2nd slip position.
Fredericks in again to Pittman. Pittman is driving that through the cover region. Good looking shot. Will it reach the boundary? Just hits the rope. That's Pittman's second boundary. That's the second boundary of the innings. He moves
Cool.
on to 8, 70 for 8.
I was just about to ask, how many boundaries have we had for this match?
A nice looking shot by Pittman all along the carpet through the cover region.
Well, Pittman's really just showing the top order batsman, well, how difficult is it really? Seems sort of attacking feel they would have had when they were operating as well.
So you might be looking for a promotion up the order. Second top score behind his captain Arthanes, who made 14, and that's a big appeal for caught behind. And again, the umpire says not out.
Of course, there's always room for that promotion of the order at this early stage, not quite refined in which skill is your main skill as yet.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how far you'd move your number one pacer up the order.
Well, I don't think you would, with one round remaining, I don't think you'd do too much tinkering. His coach might just tell him, well, you go back out to the club level or school level, well, can get you a chance there.
So Fredericks follows that big appeal for caught behind up with a wide delivery called wide. So now he's decided to come around the wicket to the left-handed Pittman. And that is a better delivery, left alone by Pittman, showing good goal. Guyana will be looking to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible. They're all over the Leewards so far. And that's hit into the onside. Could have been 2 there, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. And they decide on a single. So Pittman moves to 9, brings Andre Peters into strike. Field just changes round for the right-handed Peters. He's on 0. He's just faced the one delivery so far. 72 for 8. Leewards in the 22nd over. Sorry, in the 23rd over. Keeping the same field for the right-handed Peters. Fredericks into him now. Down the leg side, wide delivery.
Actually, he took the mid-on out, so gap there at mid-on again. The umpire's also on the offside, as opposed to the leg side.
And again, 2 wides in a row, just not adjusting his line. Is Fredericks, after bowling to quite a few left-handers with the right-handed Peters on strike.
It would have been 2 great deliveries to a left-hander.
Extras have gone up to 24, quite a bit in a total of 74. Peters keeps that delivery out to complete Fredericks' over. So Fredericks has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 26. And at the end of the 23rd over, Leeward Islands 74 for 8. With Pittman on 9 and Peters yet to score. Let's give you a roundup of the other matches going on Cricket 360. Of course, all matches live over the Windies Cricket YouTube channels. At the Antigua Recreation Ground, Barbados 120 for 4 after 24 overs up against the Windward Islands. And at Coolidge, Jamaica 87 for 6 after opting to bat first. In fact, everybody batted first today, which is a change because quite a number of captains have been winning the toss and sending the opposition in. 87 for 6 Jamaica up against Trinidad and Tobago. First delivery by Latif, from Latif to start the new over, is played by Pittman into mid-wicket, no run. Bang on target again. Pittman can only defend it back to the bowler. Maintaining 2 slips and a leg slip for the wrist spinner Latif. And he's tried to pull that walk straight into straight across his stumps, did Pittman. That is a poor shot. And Latif picks up his 4th. He's gone LBW. He just walked straight across his stumps, tried to hoik that through his square leg region. His back foot didn't move, and he was struck plumb in front. So Leeward Islands lose their 9th. Pittman goes for 9, and that's 74 for 9 in over number 24. Riaz once again backing up his 6 for 34. He's in his 6th over. He's taken 4 for 6.
Well, 5 for his own now. Last batsman, Adoni Ali, is in at the crease, and half of Latif's over remains.
Yeah, big chance to pick up his what will be his 2nd fifer for his 2025 edition of the CWI Rising Stars Under 15s Championship, and he certainly is a rising star.
Well, I must make a big call right now. I look forward to seeing him in the Under 19 World Cup.
There you go. So in he comes to Ali, and Ali is defending that. Drops onto the onside, no run. So apart from letting quite a few wides go, some 21 wides in 24 extras, Guyana bowling has been very good, and I've been very impressed with the support they've got from their captain round the hole in the field. Another wide though. First one by Latif. He rubs his hands on the pitch. Let's try and dry his hands a bit. Get his control back, and that was almost offered a catch there to short extra cover. Just bounces before him to complete another successful over there by Rais Latif.
See how close that catch was.
Yeah, he just knocked it up.
Oh, not too close. You know, there's usually a bit of limitations as far as how close the players can get at this youth stage as well. I know, not sure if in this tournament it exists, but I know at the school level in Trinidad that can't have those silly point and short leg fielders.
Mm-hmm.
I know at in our level in Trinidad we have the same 6 over spell and then need to take a break.
For the seamers, yeah. So 24 overs we've had here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and
Well, Fraser's taken his break.
Leeward's 75 for 9, yes. Opening bowler Fraser back into the attack, and umpire calls dead ball. I don't think Peters was quite ready.
No. Didn't seem to be any disturbance down at this end. Just seemed like if Fraser might have rushed into that delivery.
So Fraser's bowling 2 slips, third man, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and fine leg for Andre Peters, who was on naught. Guyana is looking for his last wicket to wrap the Leeward Islands innings up. Fraser from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Down leg side, called wide by the umpire, so another wide. That's about the 23rd wide.
Really hoping we get to see the leg spinner for the Leewards in action in that second innings. Whichever runs they put on the board. Cheetah and Edward saw last game.
Fraser in again to Peters. Dead back to that.
This bowling action reminds me of an international bowler. Reminds me a bit of Rashad Hussain from Bangladesh.
Okay. Yes, well, as you would have noticed by now, Billy Joe, his non-bowling hand is basically non-existent.
Well, no, Fraser, you were talking about here.
Good ball at good pace, but well left alone by Peters.
There's another bowler internationally that doesn't quite use that front arm, but his name doesn't come to mind right now.
Fraser in again to Peters, short and called wide again. This time outside off stump.
Is that Zimbabwe bowler Tendai Chatara?
Yeah, it's interesting because normally the non-bowling hand is the one that, as you say, bowlers lead with, seam bowlers, and give them direction. And that's edged and good take. Excellent catch there at second slip. Diving away to his right third. Latif won't get the opportunity to get another fifer. And Leeward Islands have been bowled out inside 25 overs for what you'd have to say is a paltry 77. It was a wide-ish ball. He lunged at it. What an excellent catch there at second slip. He just went with the angle that it was coming at, dived and took it clean as a whistle in both hands. So Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 77 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The top score was extras, 27, 24 wides in that. Next best was Captain Jaquan Artanez, 14. All the seamers picked up wickets. Rafael McKenzie, 6 overs, no maiden, 2 for 21. Usain Fredericks, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Patrice Fraser, who just got that final wicket, or Andre Peters, 5.3 overs, no maiden, 2 for 21. But the talk of the town still is Rais Latif, the wrist spinner, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 7. Leeward Islands bowled out in 24.4 overs for just 77. And Guyana need just 78 runs for victory. We'll take a break here on Cricket 360 and be back with the Guyana run chase shortly. Okay, welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this round 4 clash of the Cricket West Indies under 15s Rising Stars Championship match between Leeward Islands and Guyana. And of course Guyana well on top. Their openers are out in the middle, Justin Dowling and Loma Sitran. William Pittman is bowling the first over for Leewards, and that's turned backward of square by Dowling. And they could have almost got 2 there, but they decide on 1. So Dowling off the mark, Guyana 1 for none, and of course they're chasing just 78 for victory. They bowled Leewards out earlier today, who won the toss and elected to bat for just 77.
They did seem to want to run to that previous ball, but a bit of a misfield and decided not to in the end. So obeying that old adage, don't run on a misfield.
True. Pittman into Citron, and that's pulled down to backward square leg. Fine leg does the fielding.
Now, Pittman would certainly want to make the most of whatever confidence he would have achieved from those few shots he played while batting.
Yes, and as I say, he picked up 6 for 41 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium against defending champions Barbados, and looked very good in doing so. He had good rhythm, good pace. So both batsmen are on 1. It's 2 without loss. We're in the first over of Guyana's run chase. Pittman bowling just the 1 slip. It's played into the cover region by Dowling, no run.
He must definitely like this, seeing Pittman over the wicket to the left-handers.
Mm-hmm.
I think it really depends on what you intend to do with the ball. Some bowlers, it might suit them better to come around the wicket, but it does require a bit more refining of how you place that seam position. The angle from over the wicket tends to assist you regardless. 2 without loss after 1 over.
It's a tidy start there by William Pittman. Just the 2 singles coming off it, so both batsmen on 1. 78 is the target for Guyana. Looking for their 3rd win of the competition. You'd have to say if Barbados win today, that would be just about it. Would be enough for them to retain their title, as they're undefeated so far, and they're playing Windward Islands today at the Antigua Recreation Ground. And in the 30th over, Barbados 165 for 4. Kalani Clark again amongst the runs after Captain Justin Paris went for a first ball duck. Kalani Clark is on 91. He made 86 here against Trinidad and Tobago. Very unluckily didn't get the opportunity to go on and record 100. Given out caught behind. Didn't seem to go anywhere near it. And at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Jamaica opting to bat first against Trinidad and Tobago, 105 for 8. As Trion Daniel takes up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and Ciceron plays this quietly into the cover region. There's no run. So Jamaica, they're now 112 for 8. in over number 36. McGeechee not out on 57. Wide down the leg side by Daniel this time, called wide. So that problem in the Leeward's innings.
We saw extras chipping in with a handy contribution, top
Yes.
scoring.
Top scoring with 27, and 24 of those 27 were wides. Daniel in again. Seaturn is playing it straight back to the bowler, no runs. So 3 without loss. We're in over number 2. Guyana chasing 78 for victory. All the time in the world to do so. Daniel over the wicket to the left-handed Seaturn. Full pitch delivery. There's no time in behind that one as it rolls up to mid-off. He's got a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Inside and a fine leg. Another wide by Daniel. Goes up by 1 to 4 without loss. Better line delivery there by Daniel, but well left by Seaturn. It's wide again down the leg side, big appeal, and he's given him out. Well, it was wide down the leg side. He went to sweep that down towards fine leg, and instead of giving a wide, appeal, there's no appeal by Clavonte Powell, the wicket keeper. The bowler was certainly interested, and the umpire says yes. So Guyana lose their first in the second over. What do you think, Billy John? I don't think he went anywhere near that myself.
Well, that's one of the weirdest build-ups I've ever seen for a wicket. I didn't quite think it was out when I first saw it either.
Having a look at the replay again, it was very wide. He's down on one knee trying to sweep it into the onside. Terrific work by you again, Billy Joe.
Didn't seem to deviate at any point, and really don't feel like he got anything on it.
He played over the top of it. Anyway, Seaturn has to go. He's gone for 1. Caught by Powell off the bowling of Daniel. Guyana lose their first. They're 4 for 1.
Is definitely a key wicket nonetheless. Seaturn with 93 in the previous match gets them off to some good starts.
Brings Arif Bacchus to the crease. And that's wide outside the off stump this time to the right-handed Bacchus. Umpire calls wide this time.
Arif Bacchus, the initials of his name AB.
Yes, and of course fouled Bacchus, who made that wonderful 250 against India, in India, back in 1979. Driven into the cover area, can't beat the fielders Bacchus to complete the over. So successful over for Daniel. luck on his side. Guyana, after 2 overs, are 5 for 1. Leeward's be happy picked up an early wicket. Of course, their only chance in this game is to try and bowl Guyana out after only putting 77 on the board. Be Pittman to continue from this the Curtly Ambrose end. Bowling to Dowling. That's cut beautifully through the point area out to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there by Justin Dowling. So it's the first boundary of the Guyana innings. And they move on to 9 for 1.
Really played that quite confidently. Used the piece from the bowler and just cut it as if he was cutting open a morning pack of coffee.
Prompted a field change. His cover is now out on the cover point boundary. Pittman in again, and that's pulled through the mid-wicket area, but mid-on comes across, does the fielding, no run. So Dallin is on 5, Bacchus yet to score. Guyana chasing 78 for victory and 9 for 1 in over number 3. I'm not sure I would have put the guy on the backward point or the cover point boundary. You need wickets.
Speak about that. Seems as if he...
And that's very wide down the leg side by Pittman. Well taken by keeper Powell.
Seems they at least think that Dowling is a very offside dominant player, given that they place those two fielders at third man at deep point.
Pittman in again, and that's pulled beautifully over mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. So 2 boundaries to Dowling in this over. Picked up that short delivery very well. Played it very safely in the air, but well wide of any fielders.
Well, he must either like that crossbar shot quite a lot, or Pittman's just bowling a bit too short. Could be both.
So he moves on to 9. It's 14 for 1. Pittman in again, and Dowling looking to heave this through the mid-wicket area again. Doesn't make contact, but wide called by the umpire. So Pittman just straying in line and length this over. He's decided to come around the wicket to the left-handed Dowling. 15 for 1. Dowling 2 4s in this over. Of course, Leeward's only hit 2 4s in their entire innings, both off William Pittman's bat. As Pittman is in around the wicket to Dowling. And that's better delivery. Played back towards the bowler. He gets a hand on it. Ricochets to mid-on. No run.
Now coming round the wicket, if he is going to bowl that sort of line and length a bit fuller there, as we just saw in our previous delivery, really makes you question those two fielders deep on the offside a bit more now.
Pittman in again to Dowling. Dowling is playing this mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, especially the fielder out on the cover point boundary kept him in the circle. You can't set fields to Bad ball in, and it was short, wide.
You wouldn't want to be bowling there at
away.
this point anyway.
Yes, they need wickets. They're certainly not going to contain Guyana in the 50 overs. They've got to make just 78. That was a better finish to the over, though, by Pittman through to keeper Powell. So after 3 overs, Guyana in pursuit of 78 for victory are 15 for 1. Dowling is on 9 and Bacchus is yet to score. So Trion Daniel will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Fortuitous in his first over, a ball that should have been called wide down the leg side. Is given out by the umpire, caught behind Citroen for 1. And he comes now to Bacchus, and Bacchus is leaving good length delivery outside off.
Will we see any wides in this over?
Yes, he struggled with his direction, or all bowlers, really. As we say, it was 24 wide sent down by Guyana in the Leeward innings. Daniel in again to Bacchus, and Bacchus is driving that to cover. Can't beat the field, no run.
Now here with Bacchus on strike, the only one fielder deep in the offside and one deep in the leg side. At third man and fine leg, so not having that deep point fielder for Bacchus. Be interesting to see whether it's a bowler specific thing or if Dowling gets on strike in this over, whether Daniel puts one in as well.
Delivery played quietly by Bacchus back to the bowler. Yes, otherwise all fielders are inside the 30-yard circle. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg. Daniel in again to Bacchus, and Bacchus is hitting this firmly up to mid-off, but he remains on naught, can't beat the field. 15 for 1 in over number 4, chasing 78 for victory is Guyana. Daniel runs towards us now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bacchus is off the mark now as he turns that nicely down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 1. Guyana 16 for 1. Looks like Billy Joe with the left-handed Dowling back on strike. Daniel is going to stay over the wicket and the cover is going to stay inside the 30-yard circle as he's into Dowling, and Dowling defends that back to the bowler to complete the over. So after 4 overs, Guyana 16 for 1. Dowling is on 9. Bacchus is on 1. And that's in pursuit of 78 for victory. Of course, the coverage of the CWI Rising Stars Under-15s Championships, brought to you by Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channels. And just to bring you up to date, the other matches going on in round 4 today at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Barbados 178 for 4 up against Windward Islands, and Kalani Clark is on 95. And Jamaica 129 for 8 after 40 overs, batting first against Trinidad and Tobago at the CCG or Coolidge Cricket Ground. First delivery of Pittman's new over. And Bacchus pushes that to mid-on for a single. So he moves on to 2, 17 for 1. We're in over number 5 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Will we see that 100?
Could
scored
very
today?
well, yes. It'll be the first 100 of the tournament. He's on 99 now.
Of course, to see it there at the ARG would be even more spectacular.
Absolutely.
Well, the point is in now, not on the boundary.
Yes, which is good to see. Stroked out to backward point, that delivery by Dowlin. No run. He remains on 9. 17 for 1 Guyana, chasing 78 for victory. Pittman round the wicket to the left-handed Dowlin. And that's clipped to square leg. Can't beat the field. And Kalani Clark has brought up his 100. So that's the first 100 of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship for 2025. It goes to Kalani Clark of Barbados, the defending champions. 100 off 120 balls, including 11 fours and 2 sixes. And again, clipped backward a square this time, but still can't beat the field here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So Kalani Clark can say he made 100 at the iconic Antigua Recreation Ground. Well done to him.
Well done to Kalani Clark. Bringing up that 100, and no doubt you would expect that sort of performance from Barbados. Defending champions and looking ever more the part in this under-15 tournament.
It's clipped to fine leg by Dowlin for a single. He moves on to 10, 18 for 1.
Many Clarks around the region now. Kalani Clark, Rivaldo Clark, and McKenny Clark.
True. So Rivaldo and McKenny, part of the West Indies Academy setup here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Peeled by Pittman as Bacchus flashes a wide ball outside off stump. Not out, says the umpire, and that completes the over. So we've had 5 overs here. Guyana in pursuit of 78 for victory, 18 for 1. Dowlin is on 10. Bacchus is on 2. So it's going to be Trion Daniel to start his 3rd over from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowling to Dowlin, wide outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire. His extras for both teams mounting. And a move on to 19 for 1. Dowling is on 10. Just going about their business in a quiet and orderly fashion, only chasing 78 to win. Rais Latif, the wrist spinner, picking up another 4-wicket haul today, and that's turned down to fine leg by Dowlin as they amble through for a single. It'll be a leg by. So Dowlin remains on 10. It brings Bacchus back into strike. He's on 2, 20 for 1. We're in over number 6.
Daniel seems more just a medium fast sort of bowler, just ambles in. Doesn't move it too prodigiously.
He's actually got a twin brother. That's called dead ball by the umpire for some reason.
Just saw one of the
The
Leeward
player.
Islands.
Yeah. One of the reserve players for the Leewards walked in front of the sight screen behind the bowler. So the umpire quite rightly called dead ball.
Talking about Daniel's brother.
Rondre Daniel. He's not in this 11 today though. He played into the offside by Bacchus. No run. He remains on 2, 20 for 1. And over number 6, chasing 78 to win, is Guyana. Daniel in again to Bacchus. Bacchus is driving this nicely up to mid-on. They take a comfortable single. He moves on to 3, 21 for 1.
It's an interesting sort of stance that Bacchus has, and you look here is a bit crouched, a bit open as well.
It is an open stance.
Sets up on that leg stump.
I mentioned both times that I've seen Guyana play. That's more or less opposite of, and that's beaten. Big appeal for caught behind. Umpire says not out. Daniel was convinced. This time the umpire says not out. Delivery angled across the left-handed Dowling. He definitely reached for it. Through to Powell. Umpire says not out. Yes, Bacchus's stance is at the opposite of a Shiv Chandapur. He faces up very square on. And that is a big appeal for LBW again by Daniel. Umpire says not out. And he just losing his cool a bit, Daniel. Umpire just having, the two umpires are going to have a word with Captain Artenes. He got very excited with that delivery, but I think it pitched just outside leg. But he was none too happy that he didn't get the decision, so the umpire's doing the right thing. Yeah, pitched well outside leg.
Certainly it's always going to be difficult to get that LBW from that angle. Contrary to your certain favoritism of having that over the wicket angle.
And that's very wide down leg side and called wide by the umpire. Good take by keeper Powell. Score goes up to 23 for 1. Yes, but both Bacchus and actually Rais Latif both pad up the same way. Very open stance, very square on stance, but then they're right in line at the point of delivery.
You said Bacchus and who else?
The spinner, Latif. Good little cricketer. End of the over. 6 overs we've had here. Guyana in pursuit of 78 for victory are 22 for 1. So Guyana just going about their business quietly. It's the loss of the 1 wicket. Unluckily, a judge caught behind down the leg side was opener Seacharan. Dowling is on 10, Bacchus is on 3. William Pittman to continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's into Bacchus, and Bacchus is knocking this into the mid-wicket region for a single, so he moves on to 4. He scored 23 for 1. As you can imagine, pretty defensive field. You're only trying to defend 77.
Been quite easy going so far for Guyana. The extras not helping the Leeward's case either.
And 5 extras, all being wides. Pittman, and that's another wide down the leg side. So make that 6 to extras.
You see, Pittman certainly hasn't quite found his radar today either. It's been a bit too short and too wide on certain occasions.
Comes in again to Dowling. And Peel for LBW, but again, I think it was pitching outside leg. And they run through for a leg by. As we look at the replay, yeah, well outside leg.
Further outside than the previous one.
So 25 for 1. Bacchus is back on strike. He's on 4. Dowling is on 10. They require a further 53 to win. There's Guyana. Pittman into Bacchus. Short, wide outside the off stump. Bacchus has a go at it. But no contact made through to the keeper. Yes, Pittman hasn't found the rhythm he had a couple of days ago, where he took 6 against Barbados. And that's a good delivery, beaten. Appeal, but not out, says the umpire.
Would you say this pitch has done a bit more than the other pitch that they were using?
Yeah, it does seem to, but normal on these pitches though, if you can get it full, you give yourself every opportunity for the ball to do something.
I almost wonder if after seeing the Guyana bowling that if Pittman got a bit excited about getting to use this different pitch. Would have certainly had to concentrate a bit more to get his rewards on the previous one that was being used.
Pittman into Bacchus. Bacchus is slashing that down to third man, who fumbles on the boundary, but he just ambled through for a single to complete the over. So after 7 overs, Guyana are 26 for 1. Bacchus has moved on to 5. Dowling is on 10. And they're in pursuit of 78 for victory. So they require another 52 runs. And they've got all the time in the world to get those 52 runs. Trion Daniel will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground. Bacchus plays this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Prior to this, Daniel has bowled 3 overs, 1 for 7. The only wicket to fall. There's opener Lomar Sicharan for 1. Given out, caught behind, down the leg side, a wide delivery by Daniel. Runs towards us now into Marcus, who plays this all along the ground to mid-on, and there's no run.
Good to see that since that early wicket, Guyana not losing any quick wickets after that, recovering quite well, not allowing any collapses to occur.
Daniel in again to Bacchus. Bacchus had a go at that one.
I'm not sure if he took some pace off of that one or if it's just how he tends to bowl. Did look as if it got to the batsman a bit late.
He came back in at Bacchus. And Powell just moving up a bit behind the stumps as the ball didn't carry through to him on the full. So quiet times here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Leeward Islands searching for wickets. Daniel in again to Bacchus. Plays this defensively into the offside. 26 for 1. We're in over number 8. Partnership is worth 22 of some 36 deliveries. Daniel into Bacchus wide. He has a go at it. Cuts it to backward point all along the ground. To complete the over. So after 8 overs, Guyana in pursuit of 78 for victory. A 26 for 1. Dowling is on 10 and Bacchus is on 5. It's going to be William Pittman to continue the attack from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. He'll be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Dowling. Pittman's bowled 4 overs so far. No wicket for 17. And he's into Dowling now. Short, wide outside the off stump. Called wide again. 27 for 1.
Would you have kept going with these two bowlers right now? Would you have made a change at either end?
Well, considering that they've only got 77 to defend, it's Pittman in again to Dowling. That's clipped backward of square for an easy single. Dowling moves on to 11, 28 for 1. Yes, since they only got 77 to defend, I thought he might have rung the changes a bit quicker. Bring some spin into the attack, but it looks like he's going to let the two main strike bowlers in Pittman and Trion Daniel to bowl their 6-over spell. And it's gonna get an overthrow. And that's either exuberance of youth or pretty poor cricket there by the Leeward Islands, because it was stroked into the offside by Bacchus straight to the field, and no one set off for the run. But the backward point fielder decided to have a shy at the bowler's end, and it wasn't backed up cleanly, so they're able to get a run. So Bacchus moves on to 6, 29 for 1. Dowling is playing the next delivery from Pittman straight back to the bowler, no run.
I think when it comes to backing up in the field, it's one of the most difficult things to get across on television, because it's not really something that is always communicated quite in the way where the layperson would understand that, you know, the fielder, the other side of the field needs to be there in time. A lot of times it might just seem that ball goes to the fielder and that's the end of the story.
Yes, good point, Billy Joe. But on that occasion, especially when you're trying to defend such a small total, you wouldn't be giving away runs.
Oh no, I'm certainly not trying to make any excuses for them.
Bang on target again, Pittman.
Pittman have been bowling from the same end when he took that 6 for.
It was actually 3 spells. He bowled 2 of them. The first 2 from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and his last spell was from the Sir Andy Roberts end. But he picked up 2 wickets in each spell. That's pulled through the mid-wicket area, and good fielding there prevents any run. So at the end of over number 9, Guyana in pursuit of 78 for victory at 29 for 1. Justin Dowling is on 11 and Arif Bacchus is on 6. Yes, and even in that match I thought he might have been called back into the attack. He troubled all the batsmen. I thought he might have been called back into the attack a little earlier, but Captain Antonez is looking to save him, or save at least a couple of overs for the back end of the innings. But each time he was called on to bowl, he picked up wickets. Daniel continues, full pitch delivery, stroke back to the bowler, gets half a hand on it. Cleaned up by mid-off, and there's no run. We're in over number 10 of Guyana's run chase. 78 required for victory, and they're going about it in a very sensible manner. Nothing rash so far.
Very compact from both Bacchus and Dowling.
They're in no hurry, and why should they be? Just the 49 required. 49 more for victory. That one's left alone outside off stump by Bacchus. Daniel is in his 5th over. Got a point cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, backward square and fine leg.
We must say after Daniel's first over, it was quite a few wides in that over. He's really pulled things back thereafter.
Yes, he has. He's gone for the 7 runs. Played nicely by Bacchus, but straight to backward point. Can Daniel finish this over off? 5 dot balls so far. In he comes now, the last delivery of the over to Bacchus. Bacchus is knocking this to mid-wicket, no runs. So maiden over there by Trion Daniel. After 10 overs, Guyana remain on 29 for 1, Dowling on 11 and Bacchus on 6.
And there we see that digital scoreboard across to the eastern side of the ground. Seems as if there was a new label placed on it that isn't quite there anymore. Old label showing itself. We're gonna have a first change from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Yes, a bit of spin. First time we're going to see some spin in this Guyana innings.
Andre Peters, interestingly, over the wicket to the left-hander. Don't see this quite as often as we used to.
Into Dowling, and Dowling is playing this to short
Aye.
extra cover.
That's my apologies. I forgot he was a leg spinner. Umpire just seemed to get in his ears there. Might have just been encroaching on the pitch a bit.
It's turned down to a short fine leg, no run. It's got a bit of a bustling run up for a spinner.
Certainly of the quicker spin style compared to what we saw from Latif earlier.
Good delivery. Defended back up the pitch by Dowling. He remains on 11. And that is lofted in the air. It's going to fall short of the long on fielder there in Pittman. Dowling picks up 1.
Another interesting factor is we saw Latif in action from the Sir Andy Roberts end, but Peters has entered from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
He's got 2 sweepers out for both batsmen. On the off and onside, 30 for 1. Struck firmly to mid-on, and they run with the stroke. Good run in that by both Bacchus and Dowling. Bacchus goes to 7, Dowling is on 12, 31 for 1. Partnership has crept up to 27 for the second wicket. And the last ball of Peters' first over is defended out into the onside. So after 11 overs, Guyana are 31 for 1. Justin Dowling is on 12. Arif Bacchus is on 7. And that's in reply to Leeward Islands 77 all out in 24.4 overs earlier today. Jaquan Artenez, captain, made 14. Nobody else got into double figures. Extras was the top score, 27. In that 27, Guyana sent down 24 wides. So it's going to be a double change. Spin from both ends now. Could be the captain himself, I think. Billy Joe
is the captain. So off spin now.
Stroked nicely into the cover region by Bacchus. Can't beat the field. So Jaquan Artenez replaced Trion Daniel from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowling to Bacchus. Bacchus is playing that uppishly, but evades the short mid-wicket. Artenez in again to Bacchus. Quicker delivery. Turned through the mid-wicket area. Deep mid-wicket comes off the boundary. Bacchus picks up another one. He moves on to 8, 32 for 1 in over number 12.
So again, out of the power play phase, and still 2 fielders in the deep, and really and truly wickets are the only way for Leewards to have any say in this game.
Artenez round the wicket to the left-handed Dowling, who thumps that up to mid-off. Can't beat the field. Yeah, so they got 3 out. They got a sweeper on cover point and deep mid-wicket, and a long on, and that's cut beautifully through the cover region and will reach the boundary. So 4 to Justin Dowling. The third 4 of the innings, all scored by Dowling.
Well, that was probably the most populated part of the field. There were 3 fielders there between cover and mid-off, and he was able to get it between the 2 cover fielders there. So nicely timed and placed by Dowling.
He moves on to 16, 36 for 1. Artenez staying around the wicket. And that one is slapped straight back at him. He puts his boot out. Stops the ball. It was almost a return chance there offered by Dowling.
Football skills coming into play.
So the over comes to an end. So after 12 overs, Guyana 36 for 1. Dowling is on 16. Bacchus is on 8. Guyana require a further 42 runs for victory. Plenty of time to achieve that, as leg spinner Andre Peters will continue. That's hit firmly back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it. Mid-off comes around to clean up. Peters in again to Bacchus, defending out into the offside, no run. That's hit beautifully through the cover region. Long chase here for the fielders. They just managed to stop it from crossing the rope. Bacchus takes 2. The umpire just checking there.
Well,
No, he signaled 4.
that's exactly why.
Very interesting.
Look at this area here where would have just made a bit of contact.
Yes, the mid-off, which is Pittman, fumbled the ball as he went to toss it back to the sweeper on the cover point boundary.
There's also a
And,
water bottle there in play as well.
Well, the umpire suggested that he touch the rope and the ball at the same time, so he's given Bacchus 4. But I would like to say though, Billy Joe, I know they're only chasing a small total, but it's not good habits to get into. These Guyanese batsmen, they're not exactly running between the wickets very well. A lot of times that there could have been singles or twos on offer. They haven't taken them. And that one appeal with us going down leg.
Well, I'm not
And
sure.
umpires again just telling the Leeward Islands players to settle down a bit, over enthusiastic with their appealing.
Don't know what that was all about.
Yes, because the ball was clearly going down leg, but
Well, unless
nonetheless, the over's complete. So after 13 overs, Guyana are 40 for 1. Darwin is on 16. Bacchus is on 12.
they might have put a fourth stump in play there at the leg stump.
About the 14th stump, and it was miles down leg, but anyway.
But good from the umpires. You don't want to be having those players be too over enthusiastic in their appeals. They'll definitely end up in some hot water later on in their career. So
Most definitely.
certainly want to stem that early.
So Captain Artenez will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowling to Dowling.
But yes, many
Not
going
quite
at
ready.
this run rate of 1 just flashed up on screen. You definitely don't want to get into that habit.
Yeah, they're just being a bit lackadaisical with their running between the wickets, but and obviously there's no pressure on them.
And
They've got all the time in the world, but it's not a great habit to get into, though.
there's also no sort of net run rate or any bonus points in this tournament to sort of motivate them along. It's just about getting the win.
True, but you wouldn't. They lost an early wicket with the score on 4. They lost another couple of wickets. They could have found themselves in a bit of bother and looking for those 1s or 2s just to keep the scoreboard ticking and keep the pressure on the opposition. But nevertheless,
I almost think that game against Jamaica might have just made them bat a bit more carefully from then on.
yeah, because even the other day against Windward Islands, as I say, Citroen got 90 odd not out. Ram the Hole, the captain, got 50, 59. And it was a good innings by Latif, lower down the order, 48 not out. He finished on. But at the same token, Windward Islands did drop at least 6 catches. And not only the catches, but there were a lot of overthrows and a lot of missed opportunities with their ground fielding. So I thought, though, that Guyana in that first match against Trinidad and Tobago really applied themselves well, especially the captain, in chasing a tricky score. 170 odd they were chasing, and they did it with ease.
You'd see that first game was probably their best performance as a unit, whereas
Exactly.
afterwards were more individual standing up.
Mm-hmm. So 41 for 1. Artenez over the wicket to the right-handed Bacchus delivers a wide down the leg side. So 42 for 1. This has been a good little partnership, as Billy Joe said. Let's make sure that they didn't lose too many early wickets. Put on some 38 runs, and at the end of the 14th over, Guyana 42 for 1, Dowling on 17, and Bacchus is on 12. They're just chasing 78 to win. Everything quite comfortable here for Guyana at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium today. 36 more required. They're currently going at 3 and over. The required rate is just 1 and over.
Jamaica would have posted 132 all out. Barbados, the Centurion, was out on that 100 itself.
Peter starts a new over, and that's turned backward of square. Fielder gives chase, and they come back for 2. So 2 more to Dowling. Moves on to 19. And the score 44 for 1. Yes, got his 100 and relaxed, did he? But excellent that he got the 100, because as I say, he looked to have 100 written all over him the other day. Got a bit of a dubious caught behind decision that went against him. That's Kalani Clark we're talking about from Barbados. Scored the first and only 100 of the tournament so far. Earlier today at the Antigua Recreation Ground, where Barbados are playing Windward Islands. You can follow that match also on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channels. Peter's running into bowl there when his fielders still getting in position. Now they're ready. That's clipped to mid-wicket. Can't beat the field. No run. Bacchus is on strike. He's on 12. Dowling has moved on to 20. 45 for 1. Full delivery. Struck firmly back to the bowler. Gets a hand to it. Tidies up. No run. So Guyana approaching this small chase with a lot of patience and a lot of maturity. And they've gone for a big cover drive there. Takes the edge. Flies down to third man. 4 runs.
You know, if there's a gap, you might as well use it.
Yes, if you're going to slash hard.
There's absolutely no one there. Ball turning away from him and slashing hard at it to add 4 to the total. 49 for 1 at 15 overs, and still haven't had a drinks break yet.
So just the 29 more needed by Guyana. Bacchus has moved on to 16. Justin Dowling is on strike. He's on 20. Leeward's captain, Justin Artenez, starting a new over. Round the wicket to the left-handed Dowling, who...
I must offer some apologies. Earlier on, I would have said the current run rate was 1. I was looking at the required run rate at that point. Current run rate is far over 1.
Yes, they've maintained at least 3 and over. That's cut through the point region. Deep extra cover comes off the boundary. Dowling picks up another single. The 50 comes up for Guyana in over number 16. 50 for 1. Dowling moves on to 21. Artenez back over the wicket to the right-handed Bacchus. Bacchus is playing this quietly into the mid-wicket area. They think of a single. They could have taken it as the fielder there at short mid-wicket fumbled when he picked the ball up, or attempted to pick the ball up. Artenez keeping things tidy, but it's wickets that he so desperately needs. That's gone through everybody. And they'll take 2 buys. Yes, 2 buys there. That beat the flashing blade of Bacchus and went through the legs of keeper Powell. So Guyana move on to 52 for 1. Partnership is approaching a half-century mark. It's reached 48 of 84 deliveries. Again, he looks for the big off drive. Can't get any timing or power. Goes straight back to the bowler who does the fielding to complete the over. So at the end of 16 overs, Guyana 52 for 1. Dowling is on 21. Bacchus is on 16. 4, which will be a very comprehensive victory. It will be their 3rd victory of the competition. They won their first match against Trinidad and Tobago. Did Guyana, lost to Jamaica. And then easily accounted for Leeward Islands on Saturday. Leeward Islands still looking for that elusive victory as leg spinner Andre Peters will continue. Beats Dowling and tries to guide that down towards 3rd man through to keeper Powell. No run. So just the 26 more required for Guyana. It's played quietly to short extra cover. There is no run. Peters again into Dowling and again straight to short extra cover.
Certainly gaps to be found in the field if batsmen want to find them.
And that is stroked in the air down. An excellent catch there by William Pittman. He tossed that one up, did Peters. And Dowling committed himself to the drive, hit it down towards a long on, and diving in off the boundary was William Pittman, who took an excellent catch. So Guyana lose their 2nd. It's 52 for 2.
Just as I spoke about being able to find those gaps, Dowling goes for mighty heave and ends up dismissing himself. Was that deep fielder in addition to 2 other deep fielders sweeping on the off and leg side boundary. There was that long on as well. Players seem to be going off at this point just to take that lunch break. Don't see any drinks being brought onto the field. It's just about 9 minutes before that scheduled lunch break is to be taken. So looks as if with that 2nd wicket falling, are gonna head towards that lunch break, and we'll see you on the other side of that. As Guyana require just another 26 more runs to reign victorious in this encounter against the Leeward Islands at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the continuation after the lunch break of this CWI Rising Stars Under-15s Round 4 clash between Leeward Islands and Guyana. Guyana are 52 for 2 in pursuit of 78 for victory, as Peters completes his over. So after 17 overs, Guyana 52 for 2. Nathaniel Sami is the new batsman. 53 for 2, I should say. He's on 1, and Arif Bacchus is on 16. Just 25 more runs required by Guyana. Lunch break was taken at the fall of the second wicket, which was Justin Dowling, who was caught at long on by William Pittman off the bowling of Andre Peters for 21.
Oh, good to see Pittman still having that early say in the wickets, this time in the field. Anthony's continues from Mr. Andy Roberts' end.
Bacchus plays that back with a point, can't beat the field, no run. Yes, good young prospect is William Pittman. A couple of brothers that play, one locally here, and of course Calvin Pittman. That one's cut away back with a point, does beat the field by Bacchus. And he collects 2. So he moves on to 18. That's 55 for 2. Yes, Calvin Pittman, who's part of the West Indies Academy setup. Antonez into Bacchus. Bang on target, defended by, in fact it's Ramsamy who's on strike. He's on 3. Again, bang on target by Jaquan Antonez. So just 23 required for victory for Guyana. Antonez into Ramsamy, and again we can do is defend that. If you're joining us for the first time today on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channels, Leeward Islands after opting to bat. That's cut backward a point down towards the third man boundary again by Ramsamy, and he'll pick up another 2. So he moves to 5, and at the end of the 18th over, Guyana are 57 for 2. And they just require another 21 for victory, as Leeward Islands were bowled out in 24.4 overs for 77 earlier today. Top score was extras, 27 of them with the bat. Only Jaquan Antonez, Leeward's captain, making double figures. He made 14. And the wrist spinner, Reyes Latif, took a hat-trick the other day and claimed 6. He was on a hat-trick today, didn't get it, but claimed the figures of 4 for 7 of 6 overs, as Peters continues to Bacchus, who pushes this to cover, and there is no run.
Just at the end of that previous over, we would have seen that cut shot, that little dab down to third man area, and when so previously Bacchus just going hard at a ball that went down to the third man region. Well, could understand that there's no protection in that area, or no slip even to put any sort of doubt into the batsman's mind. So It's really just open acreage behind the keeper.
Yes, on both sides of the wicket. Very short, fine leg. It was inside the circle on the onside, and backward point, where that delivery is played by Ramsamy. It's 58 for 2. Ramsamy is on 5. Bacchus is on 17. Other matches going on Cricket 360 via the Windies YouTube channel in round 4. The West Indies Rising Stars Under 15s Championship. Here in Antigua today, the Antigua Recreation Ground. Defending champions and undefeated so far in this competition. Barbados were bowled out for 248 in 48.1 overs. As Peters drifting down leg, and that's pulled in the air backward of square quite safely by Ramsamy. He picks up another 2, so he goes to 7, and at the end of the 19th over, Guyana are 60 for 2, requiring just 18 more for victory. So Barbados making 248 with first centurion of the championships, Kalani Clark, making 100 exactly of 121 deliveries. 11 fours and 2 sixes in that knock. Asher Branford remained 33 not out. Passeron also, he made 34. So they were bowled out for 248, and again 37 wides, 43 extras in that score. And at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Trinidad and Tobago in some trouble. 34 for 3, chasing 133 for victory against Jamaica. Jamaica scoring 132 all out in 43.1 overs.
It's heartening to see this from Jamaica. The first round wasn't all that great for them, and didn't have the greatest season last year either, the Jamaica.
Stroked nicely by Bacchus up to mid-off for a single. He moves on to 18, 61 for 2. Yes, Rajay McGetchie made 63. It was the top score, 63 in 132. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 133. 34 for 3 in the 8th over. So here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Guyana going about their business nicely. 17 more required to claim their 3rd victory of the 2025 Under 15s Rising Stars Championship. That's pulled through mid-wicket.
I do like this from Ramsamy, since coming to the crease and joining Bacchus has certainly been a lot more impetus in this chase.
Yeah, he seems to be a busy type of player, Ramsamy. Moves on to 8 off the 14 deliveries. Bacchus 18 off 54. Pick up another single through mid-wicket, this time by Bacchus to complete the over. So Bacchus moves on to 19. Ramsamy is on 8. And after 20 overs, Guyana 63 for 2, chasing 78 for victory. So just the 15 more runs required by Guyana to complete victory. Andre Peters, the leg spinner, will continue from this. The Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 17. Bowling to Bacchus, who plays that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Showing good control also as Peters. And he comes again to Bacchus. Bacchus is playing this firmly but straight back to the bowler.
Certainly been quite good, Peters. Not vicious turner of the ball, but does bowl with quite significant pace.
Tossed up that one and punched through the cover region. Deep extra cover sweeping on the boundary restricts the scoring to 1, so 1 more to Bacchus. He moves on to 20. 64 for 2. Tossed up again and played backward of square for a comfortable single this time for Ramsamy. He moves on to 9. 65 for 2. Just 13 more for Guyana to get. Punched up to mid-on. They go through for another quick single, so I had a chat to them during the luncheon interval. A lot more urgency between the wickets with this pair at the crease than when Bacchus was batting with Dowling. But the over comes to an end, so after 21 overs, Guyana are 66 for 2. Bacchus is on 21, Ramsamy is on 9. And that means they just require another 12 for victory. Leeward's skipper, Jaquan Antonez, will continue. He's bowled 5 overs. No wicket for 15. Bacchus defends his first delivery back to the bowler. So a pretty easy day at the office for the young Guyana outfit. That's turned into square leg area for another single to Bacchus. He moves on to 22, 67 for 2.
Even the sort of impetus that Ramsamy has added has also helped Bacchus along as well.
Again, he just nudges this into the
Exactly what you want
point
to
region
do
for a single.
in a chase. You don't want to be having fielders have the say. You want to be pushing them as well.
So just the 10 runs more required for Guyana. Martinez into Bacchus. Thumps that, but straight to short extra cover. .68 for 2 in over number 22. Bacchus wound up there for a big off drive. He's been trying to get one of those away all innings. Gets the underside of the bat. Trickles behind the keeper for a single. Bacchus moves on to 23. And Ramsamy just defends Antonez's final delivery back to the bowler. So at the end of 22 overs, Guyana 69 for 2. Bacchus is on 23. Ramsamy is on 10. And they require Billy Joe just the 9 runs for victory.
Just 9 more runs for Guyana again victorious in this contest. Leeward Islands again struggling in this under 15 tournament. Seen some bright spots. Peters on screen has bowled quite well, of course, from Atenes. We saw his batting in the last game. His bowling still coming along, quite tidy but not particularly threatening.
Peters will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. It's hit firmly straight back to the bowler. So Bacchus is on 23. He's faced 65 deliveries. Two fours in his innings so far. Guyana gone about the chase very positively. They haven't been in any hurry. Peters into Bacchus again. Shortish delivery and hits it straight to mid-wicket. So his long vigil comes to an end. He goes for 23. Peters picks up his second. Leewards have their third. It's 69 for 3.
Well, just coming into the dying stages of this game. Bacchus just a bit too tentative there. Trying to find the gap in that onside and a bit misguided. Didn't seem fully into that shot. Seemed as if it was a bit half-hearted as well. And that is what you're going to get after just going along about it quite slowly. Don't want to get into that sort of mindset because 2-3 quick wickets fall. Game could be in a completely different situation. Say there were 40-50 more runs on the board.
Yes, but most definitely it was always going to be an uphill task for the Leewards after only putting 77 on the board. So shortish delivery by Peters, but as you say, Billy Joe, Bacchus didn't really fully commit to the shot. Just tried to clear the fielder there, Killen Woods at short mid-wicket. Plenty of open spaces behind him. But he took a good, sharp catch. And fouled for 23. Next delivery by Peters is wide. Score goes up by 1, 70 for 3, just the 8 runs required by Guyana. And imagine they'll be pretty happy with this performance, backing up their big win over Windward Islands on Saturday. Record back-to-back victories after being beaten by Jamaica. Turned into the mid-wicket area. No run. Just trying to get the name of the new batsman for you. Not sure if the captain himself has come out with just the 8 runs required. No, it's Jathnil Nurse. He plays out the rest of a successful Andre Peters over. He's now bowled 7 overs, taken 2 for 20. And at the end of 23 overs, Guyana is 70 for 3, with Ram Sami on 10. Nurse yet to get off the mark, and just 8 runs required for victory here for Guyana. One's tempted sweep. They go through for a leg leg by. So 71 for 3. Martinez continuing from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's into his 7th over. No wicket for 18 thus far from the Leeward's captain. There's 2 men out, both sweeping on the on and offside. Beats Nurse with that delivery.
Just bringing him forward there. Early in his innings, Nurse. Simple task at hand.
Martinez again into Nurse. So stroking that firmly straight back to the bowler. Fires a return in to keep Nurse honest in his crease. Still on 0, 71 for 3, 7 more runs required by Guyana for victory. Turns, yes, no, and this is going to be a run out. Complete mix up there between the 2 batsmen. Yes, no, and Nurse came again, and he is stranded halfway down the pitch as the ball went straight to the backward square fielder, who just lobbed the return into keeper Powell. So Leewards pick up their 4th wicket, a couple of late wickets after the luncheon interval. Nurse is run out for 0. And it's 71 for 4. Poor communication. There was never really a run on there. Should have listened to his partner.
Well, they should have listened to some of the earlier batsmen who seemed to know when to run and not to run, almost erring on the side of not running. It's a duck
like
for Noose.
Riaz Latif, who bowled exceptionally well again today. Picking up a 4-fer to go with the 6-fer he took on Saturday. So he'll be facing Joaquin Martinez. 71 for 4. We're in the 24th over. Just 7 more runs required for Guyana to complete this victory. Latif stands up tall, just plays that out into the offside, no run. This one hit to backward point to complete. Anton is over. So at the end of the over, Guyana 71 for 4. And as I say, just requiring 7 more runs for victory. And Nathaniel Ramsamy will be on strike. He's on 10. Andre Peters will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Wrist spinner currently has the figures of 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21. He comes into Ramsamy, who plays forward in defence. again into Ramsamy, back cutting this forward of point for a single. So Ramsamy moves on to 11. 72 for 4. And over number 25. Watch there by Latif. A wrist spinner to wrist spinner. Peters into Latif. Again, well watched, well left.
We see that open stance there from Latif as well.
That's what I say, he looks like Bacchus, no? Very similar in approach. Tries to sweep that, get some bat onto it. Trickles down towards fine leg, cold wide.
Entire stance seems to be quite a Guyanese sort of stance.
So they picked up 2 there, so it's 74 for 4. In over number 25, Leewards, of course, were bowled out for 25 inside 25 overs. And that's gone for 4, and that could just about do it. Victory to Guyana with that sweep shot for full toss by Ramsamy off the bowling of Peters gives victory to Guyana by 6 wickets. And a pretty comprehensive and comfortable victory it was too for the young Guyana under-15s over Leeward Islands under-15s here today at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Leeward Islands opted to bat after winning the toss, and good disciplined bowling from the Guyanese. Bowled Leewards out for 77 off 24.4 overs. Jaquan Artanez was the only batsman to get into double figures. The Leewards captain making 14. Top score was extras with 27. And the bowling figures went to Riaz Latif, the wrist spinner, once again. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 7. Patrice Fraser, right arm seamer. 5.4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 21. So Leeward Islands all out for 77 and chasing 78 for victory. Guyana lost Killen Woods for 6. Guyana lost Justin Dowlin for 21, Lomar Citroen for 1, for a dubious caught behind down the leg side decision. Arif Bacchus was caught for 23. Nathaniel Ramsamy was not out 15. Riaz Latif was not out on 0. And Guyana finished on 78 for 4 in 25 overs to give themselves their 3rd win of this West Indies Rising Stars Under-15 Championship for 2025. This time over the Leeward Islands by 6 wickets. And if you're following the other matches, Windward Islands are chasing 249 against Barbados at the Antigua Recreation Ground. They're currently 7 without loss in the 4th over after Kalani Clark struck an even 100, first 100 or only 100 so far of the tournament. And Trinidad and Tobago chasing 133 against Jamaica at the Coolidge Cricket Ground are currently 58 for 3 in over number 13. So I hope you enjoyed the broadcast brought to you by Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channels is victory here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in round 4 of the CWI West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship. Victory to Guyana by 6 wickets over Leeward Islands. On behalf of myself, Terry Loraji and Billy Joe. So thank you for listening, and please join us for final round action on Wednesday from 9:30 a.m. Enjoy your Easter and stay safe.